Hello everyone. Does my camera look really, really small? Has it always been like that? It hasn't always been like that, right? I don't... Yo, what's up, Arctic? How you been? Hello, Best Creeper. Hello, Blurry Squire, also. Alright, it does seem small. Okay, thank you. Ah, Christ, okay, That's... Why is it negative size? Is that a little bit more? There we go. Looks good now. Shit, now it's not like... Okay, here's the thing. There's been a bug in OBS for weeks now where I cannot just drag things to resize them like this, which you used to be able to do. I cannot do that anymore, which means I have to edit the size manually. And maintaining the aspect ratio of the camera is really hard that way. So now it's like too vertical. But it's like... Is there any way that I can do this reliably? Fucking hell, OBS. Yeah, I don't know what's happening to my OBS, honestly. It's been like this for weeks. What do I do, man? Because like it would be so easy to resize it from the corner, but that's not a thing that I can do. I can reset the size. I'm scared of what's gonna happen. Okay. Okay. Sure. I have to type in sizes. Like it's very ridiculous. Right. So now it's gonna be too big. It's definitely too big. Yeah, it's also flipped, but there I can just fix it with a button. That's not gonna be a problem. I don't care to deal with this too much right now, honestly. It's the last thing I care about. It's 1280 by 720. Do I have to do the math? I don't want to have to do the math. Anyway, to resize it, okay, so that's resized at the very least. And then it's also technically not flipped. It was flipped before. Okay, how's that? There's no shortcut for this either. Alright, it's a bit big now. 960 by 540. I'm going to trust your math. Thank you. Let's try 950 by 540. Thank you. That seems okay. Yes. Yeah, okay. I'll adjust it more with a calculator and more time later. Maybe I'll see if OBS can be fixed. Why is like all my hair to one side? What's happening there? Now it's a bit on the other side, but whatever. All right. Make your own streaming platform. There was a really long time in which I would always start a stream complaining about either Twitch, YouTube, or OBS because they always fail. They're janky as hell. Especially YouTube, which by the way, the stream actually took longer to start because of that. Because YouTube would not connect. And by the way, if you were waiting for the stream because I scheduled it, it's a different URL. But if you're hearing this, you already know. Anyway, also hello Snow. Alright. Today I'm going to be working in ODIN and Raylib. I'm going to be making just a prototype for an audio thing. I want to start working with audio, so I want to kind of have like an audio platform type of thing. So I want to see what we can do. Again, just prototype, just to mostly explore explore Raylib's audio and explore ODIN. since I was told that raylib uses no, that ODIN vendors raylib, figured it was a perfect excuse to use raylib. Have you ever worked with the gov or with a gov? I love that it doesn't have to be my. I'm assuming you mean government, but I love the idea that it doesn't have to be mine. No. I was gonna say yes with the CIA, but maybe that's like impersonating an officer or something. I don't know. I'm gonna end up on the latest Moist Critical video impersonating a CIA officer. Another thing about raylib, by the way, so I did a game jam this weekend, right? Game Maker's Toolkit game jam, and yeah, we're reviewing games now. We're in that process, and somebody reviewed my game and left a comment, and I just realized I read the comment. It was like, "This was cute. I think I accidentally found a dev key to go to the next level, though," and I was like, "No, you didn't." But then I thought about it, and yes, you did. So I was looking at the code before the stream. The dev key that they found is if key down space win state win. Here's the thing, though. The level in this game, I'm going to say that this is not a dev key. This is a I'm stuck button, like indie games tend to put in their games nowadays. It's just that the game's levels are, it's a platformer, strong word, but it's a platformer, and the platforms are completely randomly generated, not even procedurally generated. That's a strong word. This is literally randomly generated. And I was having some issues with platform movement because after level 3 and 4 and 7 and 8, the platforms can begin to move also based on a random condition. 50% chance, right? So I needed to find a bug that was happening with moving platforms, which means I needed to skip at the very least to level 3. So I did that space thing. But in the process of making the space thing, I went back to this code, found the bug, and fixed it. So I never ended up using the space thing. So, yeah. Now it's an I'm stuck button. Hey, because you could technically get stuck. There's a, I believe, very rare but possible thing that can happen in which one of the platforms is not visible, so you don't know where to go. So just skip that level. See, I thought of everything. I just turned a bug into a feature. Incredible. Anyway. Yesterday, I worked a little bit on a fuse driver. It was unpleasant. I don't know what to tell you, man. Unpleasant. Do that with an entire OS and you have Windows. And redacted OS. Who said that? What? No, definitely not. libfuse was unpleasant to work with. The first time I got lucky and I didn't run into all these unpleasant things, but now that I was updating my code for my file system is a little bit more complex now. I started having some issues, most of which were just because my library is supposed to be used without libc. So it replaces some libc functions. When you bring libc into it, there can be conflicts. That can almost be expected. However, little rant about C before we move on to writing ODIN, which hopefully doesn't have these issues. C is a very DIY language. Linux is a very DIY operating system. Linux is not an operating system. Linux is the kernel. GNU Linux is the blah, 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 whatever. Shh. It's a very DIY system. So yesterday felt like I was being punished for doing it myself. Even something simple like a boolean. Do I still have the code open? Yes, I have the code open. Even something simple like a boolean in libc did not exist in the standard for C for the longest time. C 2023 or C11 introduced it. I don't remember which one, but literally this century it was introduced. Maybe this decade, again, I don't remember which one, but it is an old thing. Sorry, not an old thing. This is a relatively new thing. Now, there was always std bool, which is a bool a header that introduces booleans. But you have to understand, a C code base might not be compatible with that. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that this one thing that famously did not exist in C, the language, for the longest time, this very basic type that did not exist in the language for the longest time, people are going to make their own implementations of it. You should not be using a standard way of doing it, because that standard is very new. That standard is not actually a standard. Now, I do sound a little hypercritical when I say this, because I'm the one who always say, you know what, fuck backwards compatibility, we need to move forward. But I'm not working on Linux. I am making a completely from scratch operating system. And frankly, this philosophy will not hold up if my system ever becomes stable. If I get to version 1, and then I want to make version 2, I cannot introduce breaking changes all over the place. So this philosophy is something that I can afford to have right now, as I am working on something completely new from the ground up. It is not something that I will be able to afford to have for long. To a certain extent, you can introduce breaking changes at some point, right? But this is, you have to be realistic and you have to be smart about it. But something as simple as using stdbool in your system library makes it a headache for me to use. So don't fucking do that. Don't fucking do that. Don't do that. Or if you're gonna do that, if you are going to do that, all right, let's say my code actually uses stdbool because I cannot be bothered. Can you do something like if and def custom bool and if? Can you do something like this? That way, if I want to introduce, if I have my own bool implementation, I just, before I include your header, I do define this thing, bada bing, bada boom. We use mine instead of yours. That. Make smart decisions about a library. Like, you cannot have a DIY system like Linux, a DIY language like C, and then make assumptions like these. Even something so small. stdbool has it internally. Really? That would have been useful to know yesterday. To be fair, this goes beyond stdbool, but yeah. If they did do it, okay, that's good. But it's not amazing. It's not amazing. It's not an amazing way of structuring your code. And we need to think about these things a little bit more. Another thing, and this has nothing to do with libfuse directly, but it has to do with Linux in general and POSIX, I guess. Why do I need to define things in such a... you know what? I completely blanked on what I was going to say. It's amazing how it just left my brain. Right, okay, I remembered. I had to use this. Define GNU source in order to have access to GNU features. Very niche things, such as knowing if something is a file or a directory. Very niche. Nobody does this. So, okay, my bad for doing something very niche. On the everything is a file operating system, trying to check if something is a directory. Stupid as fuck of me. Okay, I get it. Skill issue. However, why do I have to do this? I am on GNU Linux. I am on a POSIX system. Why is nothing standardized? You standardize the wrong things and you don't standardize the right things. Incredible. Everything is done backwards from how it should be. This library was designed. It's amazing. It's amazing. When you see something that is like the opposite of something perfectly designed. Because it feels almost intentional. It feels almost intentional. Because in order to always do the opposite of what you should do, you have to know what you should do, and then flip it around. It feels that way. So, amazing. But anyway, I got my code to work. Yes, I might as well show that off, even though, like, I literally got nothing done on stream. I didn't even compile my code because of these issues. And for a couple hours afterwards, not the entire time, but a couple hours afterwards, I did have to fight the compiler a little bit more to be able to get this to work. However, clipboard. This is my system's clipboard in Linux now. Clipboard only because that's the code that I use to copy this thing. It doesn't have to be a clipboard. And it's a fuse driver that as long as it's running, it does that. If it's not running, empty folder. I found this. Define __ bool _ true _ false _ r _ defined 1 in std bool, but it doesn't seem to be used anywhere. That is insane. I still don't know what a gov is. Are you talking about a government? A governor? A mosquito? A government. Right, Jester, have you ever worked? Does he look like he's worked at a He's lazy? Doesn't do anything. Yeah, he looks like he's worked for a government. Alright, never mind. Never mind. Yes, he does. But he hasn't. No. How do you get this low-level knowledge? You write low-level code, and you learn. Okay. So, yeah, I'm done with libfuse for now. I think. Yeah, I think. I'm done with libfuse for now. Maybe I'll need to add something else so that this... Because the point of libfuse, using libfuse, is that my operating system is distributed and... or will be distributed, and through the file system, has a distributed file system, and everything is a file, so the operating system becomes distributed thanks to the file system. And thanks to libfuse, I can make a custom file system in Linux that uses my file system code, so I can do I can make this computer be a node in the distributed system and expose resources that are on this computer, a very powerful Linux-based computer that has, you know, GCC, Git, all that stuff. I can expose it to my system. So that's the reason I was using that. But hopefully all the glue code between my code and Fuse is done. I don't have to touch this thing anymore. I've already had all the fight that I had to do. Yesterday was a very frustrating day, but it should be done. For now, at least. And we should be good. Should be good. All right. So, today, ODIN, the operating system. No, it's not an operating system. What the hell? Sorry. Programming language. Was there an operating system? Hold on. Utility software program developed and used by... Ew. The ODIN programming language. Why is Jester in the damn thumbnail of the YouTube notification video on Discord? What do you mean damn thumbnail? That is a beautiful thumbnail. And the reason? I want to do some audio stuff. And he's wearing headphones in that picture. So, you can barely see it. When I cropped out the background of the picture, it also cropped down the wire of the headphone, so you don't see it, but he is wearing, well, earphones. That's the thing that he's wearing. Earpods. It's the name of it. He's listening to music. That's what that thumbnail means. All right, so I've been wanting to do audio stuff for a while, so I'm going to need some library to do that, and everything here is developed from scratch, so we're going to be developing it from scratch. However, today we're doing the prototype of it, so I can write some shit code without caring too much about designing a library, doing all the stuff. We're just doing a little proof of concept, we're just doing a little prototype. And I was told that ODIN vendors Raylib, and I wanted to look at how Raylib does audio, because I can develop the audio part in my operating system, but I will need something else to do it for cross-platform. And so I would love to use Raylib, since I already know how to use it. I'm not using it anymore for cross-platform. I used to use it. I don't anymore. I can easily go back to doing that. And probably a slightly modified version, because I need to do a couple of things in GLFW that Raylib doesn't do. But Raylib already packages a lot of things for me that I won't have to bother with for cross-platform. Right? That is pretty much the only code that I want to not be written by me, is the cross-platform code, because y'all couldn't agree on how to do Windows in an operating system. So ODIN also vendors mini audio. I heard that mini audio is what Raylib uses, so that's interesting. He only has one AirPod that floats at the edge of his right ear. Well, I'm wearing the other one. So the full picture has both of us. Actually, no, that one picture had only him. But I have another picture that has both of us. All right. Let's see ODIN. I have technically written ODIN before. And most importantly, this thing here, I have used it a lot. I have rewritten this exact code snippet about a dozen times. It's just a little program where these are the instructions. They perform math on an accumulator, +1 times 2 times itself, -1 divided by 2. The result is 7, by the way, on an accumulator with 0. So I used this code snippet to test out a lot of programming languages, and I think that this code snippet is very interesting because it shows you how to do a lot of things that you will often do in a programming language. Like most languages tend to have in their homepage, hello world. This is how you do hello world in our language. Listen, I understand that you start your code hello world, sure, but can you show me how to actually write code in your language? ODIN has done exactly that. ODIN is teaching me this is how strings work, this is how variables are declared, this is how you do a for loop, this is how you do a switch, this is how you turn a string into a character, this is how you do basic math, this is how you do printing, this is how you do packages too. Very interesting way of doing things. It's not just hello world, it shows me actual code, string manipulation, conditionals, loops, mathematical operations. They're almost always going to be the same in most programming languages, but they tend to be a little bit different. Nowadays, languages love to explicitly define how division works. So, very good that you're showing this. So, my first impression of ODIN has been great because of that. Now, I have to say it was a little bit hard to write ODIN and do this example in ODIN because they already wrote it for me, so... But I just ended up rewriting it without looking at the reference code. All right, let's begin. ODIN, which is reaching 1.0 soon, I believe. So we're downloading latest release. All right, we're on dev 07A, and we want the, you know, more of a pet peeve, but I really hate when they call it AMD 64 and ARM 64 because I find them very difficult to tell apart. In terms of like, when I'm looking at this jumble of letters, it's not immediate to know the difference between ARM and AMD. I have to actually look at the individual letters to know. Whereas if you do x86, I understand exactly what you mean. Anyway, we want the Linux AMD 64 targs. Why do people love packaging stuff in tars? Hello, MX. Ugh, jump scare. Yeesh. Why is he there? Arch 64 is better too. Yeah. Yeah. Is it not accurate? Doesn't really matter. Also, I'm not on AMD, and it's gonna work on my machine, so who cares? Alright, so we already have ODIN over here. We have code examples already downloaded. That's interesting. They have SDL. Do they also vendor SDL? Because SDL is another alternative that I could check out. I feel like Raylib is more game oriented. I don't know about SDL, but Raylib feels more game oriented, and I want to use it for games, but also for other stuff. I don't want to use the game stuff. Also designed for games. All right, thank you. Interesting. Need to try Blurry Square's code editor. Isn't it also your code editor? I'm working on mine, by the way, which I do intend to use that one, but I just need to get to it. Port games to Linux. Oh, you just helped. I see. I mean, I'll check it out. But yeah, my intention is to move from Z to my own thing. My code editor, it's not really a whole lot going on for it. Why did it just rebuild everything? So it's actually a code editor like inspired by Emacs. So really can just run anything that, you know, works over text. So I was using it to actually act as a terminal. So it has that, and I believe it's actually super broken. And no, this works. Okay. This doesn't work on redacted, but it works here. Yeah. By the way, I need to do font rendering because if I'm gonna do a code editor, this font is not gonna do. So I'm gonna do font editing, font rendering soon. Also need to do a 2D renderer, so very interested in doing that type of stuff. Can it open a file? I believe the command was open.
Oh wait, I forgot about this cause I didn't take my morning piece. I don't know how I didn't miss to ram every time I do crime. I just am in
Crime?
Cause I can PvP as slime in Minecraft, in a cave, in a mine shaft, on a big raft called Creek Craft. Cusy be dissing when someone is pissing, but he only ate Roblox corp and it's fate.
I miss those. Alright. So, yeah, code editor, I need to work on it. Not sure why, but I feel like streaming a lot more this week, so maybe I'm gonna do that a little bit this week. But yeah, it's not really ready to be used. I haven't really dedicated that much time to it. I wonder, like a lot of stuff that I did for the code editor has actually been because I did it for the terminal, because I'm literally using it as a terminal. Valve is developing SDL. Interesting. The font is the same one that I use in my operating system. It's literally the same font. It's embedded into my library. So until I do font rendering, we are not going to have a better font. Though it is nice. And also I could just do my own embedded font that looks slightly better, you know, but whatever. Can't be bothered. We're going to make a directory called audio test. Not gonna bother with too much name there. But yeah, until now, until then, I will have Z as my editor. It will continue to unravel and break, and it is just going to be an incentive for me to keep working on my editor. Although I do want to check out the one that you said, if that's okay with Blurry Square, of course. In my head it rhymes, but the TTS be doing audio crimes. He's not doing audio crimes, he's just Italian. A friend of mine from college. Good old days. What extension does Odin use, actually? I was gonna make a main.c, but it's not gonna be .c. Are these... No, these are the examples. Alright, so let's do demo. Odin. That's very smart. RC. What is RC? Hey, yo, what's going on here? Yo, what is this COBOL-looking shit? Wait. RC is run command. Windows resource file. Oh. I was thinking Raylib uses like an RC extension or something like that. We saw it the other day. I thought maybe it was that. Alright, does Zed have an extension for Odin by any chance? Zed has a lot of extensions and none of them are useful. Except for the ones that I made. They're only useful to me though. Hey! Look at that. You know, whenever I want something to happen, I should just complain that it doesn't happen, and immediately I will be proven wrong. This always happens on stream. How am I finding Odin so far? Well, this bottom window here is all that I've written. But today, technically I have written more Odin in the past, and I do love it. I do think it's quite good. Yeah, very new. Like I was saying before, what I have done from Odin is copy this code into a lot of other languages because I think it's a great way to showcase your language. So I used it to test out other languages, and also Odin as well, but I wrote it, you know, without looking at the reference. All right, let's see what's going on here. Is a general what is this window, by the way? Did I split it? There's just an empty window with no button to close it. I don't know what it is. I don't know how I did that. Anyway, is there like a button somewhere? Zed, what are you doing, man? Split down does this, and then I can close it, and it closes the whole window. What is this? Man, whatever. Leave it to Zed to break every 5 seconds. Alright, you know what? Let's not look at reference code. Let's keep it open. But really what I wanted to know is the name of it. And of course you open down here. Okay, so that's what that is. Got it. Thank you. Thank you, that was helpful. Alright. So yeah, I'm going to be using this for reference. And package main, I do see that being used everywhere. Then I'm going to want to import... I don't remember where I saw this code yesterday, but I do believe it's important to include import vendor Raylib. That is what I want. Then I want a main procedure. I'm assuming that's what it stands for. And now we will begin writing hello world, but then we're going to do more. So again, that's why I think that this example is great. FMT print. So I also need to import core FMT. Alias the import. Ah, yeah, that's what I saw. Yeah, it looked like that. Yeah, thank you. Let's see here then. fmt print. Hello world. Do we need semicolons? I think we do. Hello Kai. How you doing? Okay. First off, I actually didn't get Odin. So you do not need semicolons, but they will cause you no harm. I have to say, whether I use semicolons or not really depends on how much I've been writing Swift. Lately a little bit more, so maybe I will be forgetting semicolons. Oh my god, where do I want to put this? Home bin. Is there pictures in here? What is doc? Zig language reference. What is this doing here? No, get out of here. Oh, I copied. Now get out of here. And I just realized something, by the way. I have the new shell. I used to have it installed. And then I wiped my system and I thought I lost it, but no, it's literally installed here, so it moved alongside my my files, so I have new. Interesting. The other day I wanted to show it off and I couldn't, but it turns out I could have. Did you see the WC? I did see. Yes, our guys kicked the ball better than their guys, so we won. That was pretty exciting. Do I just do audio.odin? Cannot find the library collection base. Is the Odin root set up correctly? No, it isn't. Let me go back and read if there's any instructions. Ugh, every time he jump scares me. There's no instructions here. Illegal instruction core dumped. See how they actually gave me a reasonable explanation for what happened? Isn't that nice? Isn't that just very, very nice? Hello. Why is it hello? Why is it the PE? You can just add the directory, the path? Yeah, but I need to understand what it means. Like, is there any setup that needs to be done? Also, what I should have done is Odin build dir. So that's a thing. Add the Odin folder to your shell's path or symlink the Odin binary to a folder in your shell path. Note that the compiler's executable expects to be next to or in the same folder as the base, core, and vendor folders. That's what I did wrong. That's what I did wrong. So I should have either... Did I move Odin or did I... Jump scare? There he is. No, okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Where's move to trash? I cannot ever navigate this menu well, no matter how long I've been using this thing for. Anyway, we're gonna move the whole thing. Or not. Why do you refuse? Could not rename. What? What is your problem? I just copy. Can you... Oh, copy you can do, but cut you cannot. Okay. See why I say Linux is unpleasant? Well, hold on. Linux is unpleasant? Oh my god, I'm copying it inside of itself. Holy shit. No. I didn't realize that. I thought I was in the other folder. Here's where I wanted it. Alright. So I could have cut this time, but whatever. I just deleted the executable then. Oh no, it's here. Okay, no. The executable goes in here, move, And then, can I do copy and do paste reference, paste link or something? I can do it if I drag link here. But I cannot do it with a menu. Interesting. Okay, I should have done it right this time. Alright, see why it was important to not just define that directory, but actually understand what I'm doing? Build. Is it just ODIN build? Or do I have to specify? Compiles a directory of ODIN files as an executable. One must contain the program's entry point. All must be in the same package. Very nice way to simplify. Very nice way to simplify build systems. Oh, that's not great. Clang not found. What do you... Let's use for linking. Okay. Why do they always give you the command without sudo, man? You always need sudo. I guess I understand why, but... Whatever, man. Whatever. Look at how... And just feel my system getting slower as the progress bar grows. Alright, you should have Clang now. You should have the Clanger. You have the Clanger. Very good. Hello world. Hello world. Very good. How do you do format strings? Because I'm probably going to be using them soon, so... You see how much information I can take from just this? A simple hello world on your website for your programming language does not give you even format strings. I want format strings. This is how I do them. Alright, do you want to see? Is it the same as... No. Oh. Alright. Do I... No. Oh, I'm doing print. I could be doing printf. Okay, so interesting. Print just attaches the value at the end, printf does that. Okay. V is working with everything. It infers to type, but you can also do C-type format strings. Interesting. I use V in my language for string slices, in my library for string slices. And at some point I will be introducing R for ranges. Interesting though. Programming language is Odin. Alright, so we have Railib, and we have FMT. So, by any chance, do you have a Railib example in your thingy thing? You have SDL example. Demo.odin. I mean, I know how to use Railib, kind of, but like in Railib, I would just do init window. And then size of the window. And then name of the window, which is going to be audio test. Actually, let's call it audio jest. It's the name of the thumbnail on YouTube. Alright, so we already have an LSP. Very interesting. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. I like this. I haven't had to set anything up. The only thing that I would have had to set up is something that I did wrong. And I downloaded Clang, which is wrong also, but whatever. Package prefix. Oh, so I am doing it right. I just need to do rail... No, it should be like this, right? That's a package prefix here. Alright, so what's your complaint now? Undeclared name init window. Okay. Alright, so listen, I'm gonna need all this boilerplate anyway. So I might as well copy it and translate it, right? The complaint disappeared. Oh, it did. Okay, it just took a little bit. Okay, it worked. The window was on this on the screen, so you didn't see it. I saw it. out of the corner of my eye for a second. I do still need all the boilerplate. Right, so we're gonna take that. This is an interesting LSP you got going on here. We don't need all this explanation. Which I wish they wouldn't put it in so it would be easier to copy this code, because like it's genuinely standard Raylib boilerplate. So you might as well not do that. Alright, let's see now. Screen width 512, screen height. Well, this part stays the same, right? While loop is not a thing. Odin only has one loop construct of 4. These error messages are so... Oh my god, I'm enjoying this already. You can tell from the very beginning if a language is going to be helpful or not. And I can tell this language is going to be helpful. Because what am I going to do as someone who has never used Odin but has used other languages before? I'm going to use a while loop. And you're telling me explicitly Odin only has one loop construct 4. Isn't that great? Import RL to change the prefix to RL. Yeah, probably better off doing that. So can I do a rename symbol? Alright, I'm just gonna do a find and replace and then just replace this one back. It's the easiest way. Okay. Now what was the syntax for this? I did see it earlier. Import RL. You literally told me, okay. Alright. These are also going to need to be RL. LSP is a little slow. It takes its time. And then for... How do I use a for loop? Do you have a section on loops in your language? Another thing is I believe the documentation for a language should be divided into very simple concepts. Even if there's a lot of them. Maybe subdivided into other smaller concepts, have like a hierarchical structure. But like the Common Lisp reference, Common Lisp, yeah, if I just look up Common Lisp, lisplang.org, they have in their wiki, oh no, their learn, first steps, functions, variables, lists, I/O, macros, object orientation. Which is, by the way, since Lisp is such a simple language, all you really need for Lisp. In another language, you will need a lot more things. But I feel like that's a perfect way to divide your document. Maybe not your documentation, that needs to be a lot more in-depth, but your get started section. Do it like that. Because I don't care how you do loops if what I'm trying to do is declare a variable. Maybe I'm not going to be using loops for a while. So just let me get to what I need. They are kind of doing that here, but look at how all I have to scroll through to find what I'm looking for. Although it's already in the chat. Okay. If I wasn't doing this while streaming, you understand my point. Okay, so interesting. Hold on. I don't even need this. That's literally it. Okay. It works like that, except you don't need the parentheses. Languages nowadays don't like parentheses anymore. You can have them as well. Well, the LSP seems to disagree with you. And we have a window. It's a little broken, but then again, the size of the window originally was supposed to be a different one. So that's on me. However, it's funny that just by vendoring Raylib, which by the way, I've decided I am using Raylib for my thing, because it's literally this simple. Maybe if I have some time at the end of the stream, I'm going to check out SDL if they also vendor it. Might as well just give it a little fair shot as well. I haven't never written SDL code. I can technically do the same thing if I continue making my programming language, which now that I have Lisp, yeah, I'm probably going to continue doing it. Whatever. SDL2 and 3, interesting. So all I will need is just a hello world to see what it looks like. But technically by vendoring SDL, this is the only programming language that isn't tied to a specific platform that has a simple, straightforward way of doing windowing. As far as I know, maybe there's others. But and it's not that the language itself has it, it's that it's vendoring SDL. And Raylib, which is the one that I'm talking about. I would probably use SDL, as I have used it since SDL1. I'm gonna check it out. SDL GPU with ODIN. It's like doing less complex Vulkan. Interesting. Hello, Polyglot. Checking out Raylib and Raylib Audio and ODIN today. Yes, I am making an OS. Specifically, today I'm building a prototype for that because when I add audio stuff to my OS, I also want other applications to use the same library. So I will be using whatever I learned today to make a backend for cross-platform. And then I will be making a proper audio backend. I will develop my audio backend in my operating system a little bit more because I do have it, but it's not super powerful right now. Okay. So that was very easy. It is genuinely a great language. Oh my god. Oh, this is amazing. Not the language, the environment, okay? I can't say anything about the language yet, I have to say. But the LSP, the vendored libraries, everything about it, chef's kiss. Wait, I'm Italian. Chef's kiss. I have to actually do it. It's in the contract. We have curl, DirectX, GLFW, Micro UI, Raylib, SDL2, 3, STB, Vulkan. Hey, what's the interoperability between Raylib and ODIN? I mean, between C and ODIN? Because, shit, that's very interesting. You're just vendoring so much quality of life shit in here. It's amazing. I may use ODIN to just prototype. Even if I don't want to use ODIN on a serious level, I don't know, I can tell you. I may use it for prototyping stuff because it's genuinely so easy to prototype stuff. Right? I needed Raylib. I already have Raylib, so it would be easy for me to do this in C as well. But if I didn't have Raylib, and if I want to check out SDL, do I have to go through all the setup? No, it's already vendored into the language. C to ODIN converter. Objective-C ABI. God damn. Interesting. Well, Objective-C is the glue between Swift and the rest of the world, so it makes sense. Metal libs also. Damn. Because the alternative to using GLFW and all that stuff was to make my own rendering backends. So. Alright. So I actually don't need this. Right, so what did I want to do with audio? I kind of just want to experiment a little. I just want to play around. There's nothing particular I want to do. However, let's put it this way. That is a lot. And I realize for my game jam, I made a little audio track. And you can tell I made it in half an hour because I didn't even bother labeling the instruments. And then I exported each clip that I used into WAV files, literally as the ads were running for the stream at the beginning. And the thing is, if I had had more than 4 days, I would have loved to make a more dynamic audio playing system, where some of these tracks are two different percussion elements, then a simple lead and a more intense one, as well as a couple of extra things. So actually some of these may even be duplicate, especially in instrument one. by just combining them with very simple rules, it should be possible to make the music a lot more dynamic. This is something that I really want to make in my put in my games. This is something that I would have loved to put in a game jam, but not really a thing that you can do. You know what I did put in a game jam though? A skip button for the levels that I didn't even use to test, but it ended up in the actual final product. Found out about it right before the stream too. That was interesting. Anyway, so we're gonna try to do what I couldn't do for the game jam in this today. And in so doing, I am learning how to structure this kind of stuff. I'm considering how to structure this kind of code so that I can build a dynamic audio system like this for future games and future things. Also, I would have to do a backend for it in my own operating system. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Now, ideally, I would be able to do just like a proper synth type of thing, but not today, obviously. Just in the future. But very interesting. Very interesting language. All right. So, I did work with this yesterday. And, well, during the game jam, I did work with the audio. Even though what I did is just I used the entire exported track and only one. I wanted to do two. I didn't have enough time. I wanted to do this whole dynamic music system. I've been wanting to do this dynamic music system for a while. Haven't really have time to do that. I want to experiment today. But I did use... Do you have autocomplete? It's not amazing, autocomplete, for reminding me of what I want to write. So let's use the code from the game, actually, as reference for that. Right, so first we have to init the audio device. We have to do that. And then I loaded it as music, which automatically loops it. But of course, that's not what I'm trying to do right now. I should load it as sound. Init... Oh, there's autocomplete. Okay. Wasn't there before. By the way, I'm not gonna care too much about whether I use semicolons or not, but right now I just went through and deleted a bunch. All right, so we're gonna do load audio, no, load sound from wave. Oh no, okay. Wave. All right, no, I'm going to need to load a sound that I already have loaded. And I'm going to try to... Can I listen to them in here? No. I'm going to mute just in case it's really loud or something. Or it sounds like shit. All right. Right, so this is a loop. Main chill loop 2.5. It loops 2.5 times. That was not great. I did not listen to these before exporting them. They loop, they end halfway through. Bye Arctic, thanks for joining. All right, so main loop variation 1/2. Ridiculous. This is the continuation. Do I have any that actually like... This is way too long. It's just a main loop end. And this is the more intense version. All right. I removed the extension by accident. Bring that back. Okay. I'm muting again, although I have the audio pretty low, so it shouldn't have affected anyone, but just to be safe, rather than kill people. Alright, so let's try to load the 1.5 loop. I hate that I didn't actually like cut the audio clips properly. before I exported them, and now I have 1.5 loops. Then again, I exported them right before the stream, so my bad. Anyway, we're just experimenting. Z is vibe coded slop. I agree with you. I was saying earlier, I'm only gonna switch away from Z. First off, if it completely breaks to the point that I cannot use it anymore, which it is in the process of doing, or once my code editor becomes ready, because I'm working on my own thing, but I haven't really worked on it all that much. Maybe midweek I'm gonna stream it a little bit. All right, so we load a sound, and then wait. A sound in Raylib is a one-off thing, right? It's a... Sorry, I have a setting on... Okay, quick question. When I was listening to that audio, could you hear me or the audio? Because I feel like I pressed the wrong button. But no, I think you could hear just me, not the audio. Only me, okay. No, okay, so when I went to unmute it, I pressed the wrong button. Okay, thank you. Alright, so what I was saying is a sound in Raylib is supposed to be like a sound effect. So it's not something that you load as a... It's not music. Music instead loops and it's supposed to be longer, and you have to explicitly tell it to play and stop the music. Right, so with what I'm trying to do, what do I want to use? I probably want to use music instead. Because I can explicitly tell you, play this part, don't play this part, stop it and pause it very easily. All right, let's load a loop and maybe load some percussion. So again, I'm gonna mute for a second. Right button this time. Wait, hold on. I have Logic Pro here. All right, so I want instrument 49. They're both called instrument 49. Both percussions are called the same. Okay, no, 49 and 48. Okay, so it's kind of a snary sound, and it's a very low bass. All right, but now I have those bass and snare, of which I only have 2. There I didn't really have variations. I just snare and bass. All right, so we can begin doing this with the percussion at the very least. Load wave for waveform. Yeah, that's the other thing I want to look at. It's how does Raylib do waves? What does it do with it? Can you make a wave? Can you edit a wave? Can you? Because that's kind of what I would like to be able to do. Right, if I want to make like a synth type of thing. So it would be very useful, very nice. The file manager has a play button? I did not know that. Look at that. Damn. I'm so used to this kind of very useful thing only existing in Mac that I don't even look for it anymore on Linux or Windows. By the way, I was watching a video earlier, and the Pop OS desktop looks very interesting. Has anyone used it? Obviously, Pop OS is a very like user-friendly distro, but their desktop looked interesting. It had like a file preview type of thing, like Apple has. It's very interesting. It's not really done yet. I heard that, but it looked really interesting. So of course, since I'm working on windowing and stuff, maybe I want to check out Pop OS as well. Used it a while ago, so I can't say anything. Yeah, it's probably moving very quickly. Your file manager has a file preview. This one? Or... Yeah, no, what the fuck was that? Yeah, no. Preview is like a standalone app. When you press space, it opens whatever file you have selected in a little preview. It's super useful. It can show you the contents of text files. It can show you PDFs, like it has a whole PDF renderer inside of it, images, audio, video. Sometimes you can actually forget you're watching something inside of the preview. That's how cool it is. And I hope I couldn't use a Linux that doesn't use pacman and R anymore. Well, I would never do that to myself, so that's not gonna be a problem for me. Alright, so let's try them as music streams, but I am still interested in knowing what wave functions you have. Play, volume, copy, crop. I do need to crop. Load wave samples. Then there's music management. If you make the icons bigger, you get a content preview. Oh no, I do get that. That's how I get jump scared every time I open my downloads folder. I could just delete that image, but who wants to do that? Alright, so I could load the wave, and that would allow me to crop it without having to edit it. Although I have to decide in terms of frames. It's not the most useful thing. You can edit volume, pitch, and pan, but I don't really see a way to make a wave or anything like that. All right. Either way, let's load them as waves. Especially the first one, I need to edit it. Because it's 1.5 loops. Wait, this is variation 1. So no, what I want is main chill loop. Two and a half. Even worse. I'm sure we can calculate what frame I should end at. Beats at 60 FPS. Well, I need to do some math that I don't want to do right now. Alright, so let's do main wav, snare wav, and bass wav. Right, and I want to define them as variables. How do you do that? Outside of the function? Can I just do them as main wav wave? Should be possible, right? And I'm hoping it doesn't default initialize them to I was gonna say unidentified. I hope it does. No, hold on. Oh wait, right, yeah. RL dot. Oh my god. Is that good? That looks good. All right, and then the waves need playing, or do you just play them as sounds, or I can load the sounds from waves, but what I play is a sound, not a wave. Okay, so it doesn't really make sense to keep them as wave then. I keep them as sounds. Zero initializes and you can infer the type. I'm assuming I cannot infer the type here, right? That wouldn't make sense. Anyway, I want them as sounds, except U2, I can do load sound. U, I would have to do load wave. So here I should be able to do main wav, like that, and then RL load sound from wave main wav. Very good. Very good. And then how about we put in 3 buttons? By the way, Raylib, I found out, has a UI library. called Ray UI or something like that. Is that also vendored? Ray GUI. Unfortunately not. It is. Oh, Ray GUI. Alright. Is it just like this? Is it a sub of this? Let's find out. I'm thinking that. Cheat sheet. No, Ray GUI. Doesn't it have its own? It doesn't have its own cheat sheet. Damn it. Ah, that sucks. Well, Ray GUI. It's gotta be simple to find a button. Dear, I'm GUI, because that's so big with so many backend. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. This is it. Wait, it's actually part of Raylib. I don't have Raylib here anymore. But I do have it in the game. Vendored, so I don't see it. No, I think it's its own thing. It makes how hard is it to make bindings, by the way? Since we're talking about that. Anyway, if this, well, we already had the if, right? So this with UI GUI button. I wonder how this is done. Then we're gonna do play sound, and we're gonna do RL play sound bass sound. Let's try that. A doddle. Does that mean good or bad? I have no idea what that means. How can I learn to build stuff from scratch? Well, pick something to build and build it. If you break things down, they tend to be easy enough. So really just by doing is the only way to do it. Interesting. This exact code works? No, it doesn't. Okay, so Ray GUI doesn't work. Is it like this then? Also no. Alright, ODIN Ray GUI. Raylib Ray GUI, yeah, that makes sense. So let me try that. No. In the Raylib package. Yeah, that's what I was suspecting. Or it's not vendor. No, it is vendor. We just literally saw it in the code. Alright, so maybe we can just do RL. And this rectangle would be RL. Although, how do you declare... No, does that genuinely work? Holy hell! That is so simple. It's literally just, I copied the C code and it's been working. Well, failed to load. Oh, yeah. Alright, as always, gonna mute for the first trial. Don't need to cast a rectangle. How long is this thing, by the way? It's never ending. 30 seconds. Okay, that was 30 seconds. That's interesting. During the next ad break, I might break these sounds down a little bit more, because, yeah, I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to, like, composite them together inside of the audio engine without actually having them properly done. Actually, I may be able to do that right now. Hold on. Just kind of does what you expect. That I can see that. Holy, that's... It's literally just C code. But this is genuinely, it could be C code if C was had a little bit better type inference. By the way, can I do like named parameters here? Is that a thing that I can do? Choosing a language. Do I stick with C++ for everything? Well, that language is up to you. C++ I don't particularly like. I'm not a big fan of it because it's a little bit too much high level for being a proper low level language, and a little bit too low level to be a proper high level language. But that's just my opinion. Plenty of people do use it for low level and it works fine for them. Stands to reason that this would be a full loop. Okay. When you get to them pointers that are denoted by that symbol because it's pointy? That sounds exactly like something Ginger Bill would say. Yes. C++ is C++ and CMake is the joy of programming. Okay, so I'm gonna be exporting these tracks properly this time. So I'm just gonna be working off screen for a second. All right, so I have one. Then let's do it in terms of bars, right? Make them all the same length, if I can do that. So this is this the kick or the snare? It's the kick. It's the kick. Yeah, by the way, I read the comment, I didn't respond to it. I didn't acknowledge that you were saying CMake is the joy of programming. Stop lying. Stop lying. The lying and the manipulation need to stop. And this is the snare? Yes. Right, so we're gonna reduce that to... Why does it come in halfway through? Whatever. Right, then rename that to snare. And then get this loop, 2 bars of that. It all disappeared. You know what? Pointers, they are pointy. And I don't just mean like the pun. I mean like, I see it, like, geometrically, they are pointy. Yes. He's got a point. Point. A point. Alright, got a few tracks to export now. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. And just export 4 regions as audio files into clips. Export. Alright, hopefully that did it properly. Now I just need to import it into this computer. Man, the Dolphin file browser is better than the GNOME one, but it's not good. Can't say I like it too much. All right, this, and this. Got new sounds coming in for you. So I'm just gonna, all of you, just gonna keep them around. But I'm gonna move them in here. And then you guys come over. That doesn't work. There we go. Pointy like a pointy knife. I mean, they're pointers, they point. Yeah, okay. But like, yeah, they are. It's not just the fact that they point. It's like a philosophical. It just makes sense. It just makes sense. Geometrically, in the abstract representation of what a pointer looks like. Obviously, if any human were to actually look at a pointer, they would go mad immediately. We all know this. However, if they were theoretically to do that, it would actually be something very pointy, sharp even. The puns are pointless. You're right. You're right. All right. Failed to open file. Oh, because I didn't call it kick. It wasn't a base. It was a kick. That was 12. Oh no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. All right. So yeah, now I have this sound. I also have a kick, snare, and lead. Which I called it main. It's not a great name. And I put those 3 buttons on top of each other, didn't I? What? Man, Zed, you're the most unpleasant thing here today. Which is saying a lot. Not gonna lie. It may be vibe coded, but it is still nice to use until it breaks. But it is nice, I guess. But sometimes when I go back to the previous command, it goes back too. This is not the latest well, it is now the latest command that I wrote, but come on, man. The command that I actually wrote, that I actually needed to go back to, is not there anymore. Anyway, I put all 3 buttons on top of each other. Will it press all 3 at the same time? Well, that worked. I cut the audio off too quickly. God damn it. I don't understand how my audio is 3 3/4 of a bar. Okay, so we're stuck with this. It doesn't loop properly. I don't understand how, to be completely honest with you, but it doesn't loop properly. But very interesting. A side effect of not changing the location of these buttons is I was able to play all of them at the same time. Very interesting. Z is vibe coded, yes. You can tell because it breaks more and more as it goes along. Hello, Hyper SC. I am checking out Raylib inside of ODIN, which is a genuine breath of fresh air in programming. This language is great. I've done very little, but it is pretty great. I don't think we're gonna do pointers today, by the way. There's not a whole lot of that. How much does my OS weigh? About 30 kilos. A couple megabytes. Most of that is actually empty space. I appreciate you taking the time to code this by yourself. Of course. We don't use AI here, we have actual skill. It's a source kit LSP that wants to run. What for? Alright, right, so code-wise and like raylib-wise, I have what I need. Now, does Ray GUI have sliders? Because I kind of want to do something with sliders, but I never even thought of how to do that. Basic controls, slider. And also slider bar. What's the difference? Let's find out. Let's do a master volume slider. GUI slider. Text left, text right. Oh, we do have pointers. We have pointers. Interesting. GUI slider then with a rectangle, a C string of text left and text right, a value pointer, a minimum and maximum value. Interesting. Okay, and this one returns the selected value. All right. So let's put the slider at 300, no, 24, 300, size of 50 and 30. Then its name is, no, left side name is going to be 0. Top side name is going to be 100. Pointer, how do I do a pointer? By the way, great job on the F32 as a type. Volume is going to be, well, it should not be inside of the loop recreated every time. At the very least, it should exist outside of this loop, ideally here. Do I do vol? Seems like it. Seems like it. Minimum value 0, maximum value 1, technically. And we don't really need the bound value, because I want to do RL set audio stream volume. No, wasn't there a global volume type of thing? I feel like there was. Let me check my code. Set music volume. Okay, so set sound volume maybe? For the individual sounds. But not for the entire thing. Raylib global audio volume. Set master volume. All right, that's what I want to do, and I want to use this value. But what's your problem now? Cannot assign of I32 to F30. Right, why does it return an I32, come to think of it? That's a very weird thing to do. All right, as always, can I just... No, that's not the right button. What an ugly slider. All right. That's muted. I should have made it bigger, to be fair. 250 by 30. Also, should make the window bigger. Zig looks nice, yes, but it changes every time you you update it. That part is a little bit annoying. Uh, I don't know, I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. Why do some function calls not have a semicolon? In Zig? Or in Odin? Because, to be fair, it's just me being inconsistent if you mean Odin. It's an optional symbol. Alright, now. Oh, Odin, okay. I was wondering why you were talking about Zig. Maybe you were using it. Alright, so all of these sounds I have individually, but they should not be individual, right? Because right now I'm going to need to control their volumes individually and make them loop. So I'm going to create a helper struct, which I do believe just the language reference has. What is SOA? Son of a... No, that's not it. Alright, let me just look it up. Odin structs. Odin is really great so far. I like it. Structure of arrays. Thank you. Son of an array. You son of an array. Now we have son of an A, B, and C. Don't make me tell you what C is. Odin length structs. Cat struct. Bada bim, bada boom, bada bim, bada boom. It's very easy. Hello, Celestial Bluetooth. I was gonna call it cat because that's what the example says, but no, that's the name of their struct. Alright, so let's do sound elem. I don't know how son of an array. Yeah, that should be a programming insult. I'm gonna start using that now. I'm doing good. Odin is great. Odin is great. You have to tell it what C is. Son of a C. The programming language C. That's what it is. Nothing else. I don't know naming convention in C in Odin, right? So that like the cat was capitalized here, capitalized, but I don't know how else to do it. This procedure returns a whole struct. Why is it like this? Wait, no, the name of it is structs. Okay, never mind. There's one thing I don't like is this seems completely useless. Although it does differentiate. Never mind, no. It does differentiate. For the compiler, it's actually a lot better. You have identifier, the two semicolons, which I believe you can put something in between them. I'm not entirely sure. And then the type that it is. Now, what I still don't believe is useful is this. Oh, arguments. Slice of array? People are seeing structure of array. Good luck, thank you. Compile time stuff. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. I just don't remember what it is. Somebody explained it the first time I looked at Odin. Alright, so a sound element is going to have an RL sound. It's just going to be called sound. Then it is going to have a F32 for volume. No, other way around. Volume. F32. By the way, I'm not abandoning... Oh, slice of an array as an insult. No, son of an array makes more sense. Come on. And then... let's do loops. And make it an I32. Where it's going to count down how many loops. When it completes a loop, it's going to remove one from this. -1 for infinite. Expected a comma. Commas in the structs. Okay. Sure. There's always gonna be a couple in any language. It's gonna be a couple of like syntax choices that are gonna make you go interesting. Come to think of it, I do need a son of an array now. Well, I just need an array, really. Wait, you can declare structs inside of functions. Interesting. Very nice, very nice. Alright, so ODIN declare array. Let's make it dynamic. Interesting syntax you got going on here. Create a dynamic array with a length of 5 and a capacity of 5. Okay. So we're going to create this dynamic array, right? We're going to call it sounds. Make dynamic sound elem 0 elements by default, 5 capacity. I don't really need it to be dynamic like that, but it works. This is just a smiley face with 2 noses. It's assign and infer type. Feels like something just to make the compiler a little bit lazier, as in you can differentiate an assignment with a type and an assignment without a type, I guess. It's like, okay, no, actually, yeah, it's literally this, but skipping this part. Since you're skipping the type, you do that. Okay, that's what I was thinking of this. I was misremembering. What I was thinking of is this. Like you skip a part and you come up with that. Okay, so it's not a compiler optimization. It's actually a very smart optimization. It was more of a lazy thing. Well, design choice to make the compiler better. Same as like you put proc and struct after, but you have to specify that it's a function, even though like I can tell very easily that this is a function, but the compiler is going to struggle a little bit more. So you make the right design choice, you don't have that problem. I am liking this language, I have to say. This is incredible. Okay, how do I push to my array? Append, thank you. Append to sounds. And we are going to append. I need to make a struct. Can I do it like this? Where this is the sound. Volume is going to start at 1. I'm just writing and then figure out the syntax later. And loops is unimportant, so maybe I don't... Don't tell me that actually would compile, because that's ridiculous. There's no way this language is that intuitive. There's no way this language is that intuitive. Oh my god. No, right? This is not gonna compile. There's only one way to find out. I'm almost relieved that that didn't compile. Compound literal. Okay, so that's not why it didn't compile. Let's go back to the cat example. So who invented Bash? Bash is horrible, man. That's why my terminal is scripted in Lisp. You must name all struct fields. Is that what it's complaining about? Because it's complaining about a missing type. No procedures or ambiguous call. Oh, shouldn't you know the type? Shouldn't you be able to know? Anyway, sounds. Do you actually do it with equal sign? Because I have to say I prefer the C style of this. Holy, if this language isn't nice. That's all I need. It's C but better. Oh my god. Although I did hear that it doesn't have closures. So in terms of features, we're on the same level as mine. Except I have like... We're not on the same level as mine, come on. Shut the fuck up. You know what I forgot? To give these sound elements a name. So I'm assuming string. Ooh, you specify the size of the string too. Nice, nice, nice. You can also do C strings. But I'm assuming string literals you can handle correctly. Manual memory management to append to it. Oh, yeah, it does. It has the fur. I forgot to do the fur. Free? No, it's literally this file. Hold on. Delete. The fur will make these things a lot cleaner, right? Because I can group creation and deletion. You don't need casting, and casting is different than C also. I don't need this? This is not a cast. This is just declaring what type of thing it is, isn't it? That seems to compile. No, wait, hold on. What an incredible language. It's missing the memory management for closures, but I can see why I didn't want to add it. Yeah, no, I get it. I did lambdas in my language, and they were genuinely, yeah, a little bit of a pain in the ass to do. But the same thing that I used for lambdas, I would have had to use for something else eventually, so... it would have been easy to do if I had done it in a different order. But closures? Whole different thing. One day C will get the first... Is it not in C23? I thought it already had it. Alright, so I want to do some very basic... No, I have to choose here. No, hold on. I'm writing C here. Hold on, let me see how similar it is to C. Might as well do that. Sounds lang. Now, I do think these languages should compile to C. Something like this, maybe? Obviously, this is not going to be the same. No. Well, I'm being selfish in saying that it should compile to C because that would make interoperability between languages very, very easy. You can do an... Okay. That? The fur with C++ lambda expressions? Alright, hold on. You must have... It's also not memory managed, I believe, since it's a game programming language. Isn't LLVM the de facto standard? Yes. And technically, any C that goes through Clang will also go through LSDN. LSDN? What the fuck is that? 4S in sounds. Okay, yeah. I'm too used to doing manual loops. I forgot you can do loops this easily in languages. Jesus. Although I do need to keep track. This, then s dot name, then x, then rel play sound. This is gonna need to get a little bit more complicated. RL play sound s dot sound, then increase x by 120. We good? All right. C string. This wants to be a C string. By the way, I haven't actually given them names, so might as well do that. Lead. Kick. And snare. I don't need the index, but SI, very nice. All right, so ODIN C string. C string, which is just that, internally char constant that, okay. To work with C strings in Odin, it's highly recommended that you use this type. Convert them with a cast. String, my C string, or cast. Okay, so I should be able to do C string. Not really. S name a C string from string. Why not? To go the other way, you may import core strings and string clone to syst. Okay, that makes sense because you don't actually have the null terminator at the end. So you have to add it. The other way around is easy because you just calculate the size of the string, you turn it into a slice, which is probably what it's using. String or strings? Strings. But to transform from a explicit size string to another one, you need to do this because you need to actually clone it. You need to actually copy it. Which means I'm doing this every time. So I might as well just make this a C string. Which, are you okay with me doing it like that? LSP hasn't complained, but LSP waits until I saved. So it hasn't complained still. Yeah, it's okay with that. Obviously, if I play them like that, it's gonna be out of sync, but it does work. Yeah, it is better to use C strings, and so I actually don't need to do any conversion. It automatically does that. That's very nice of you. Holy, I like this language. God damn. I like it. I like it. Very nice. Now, I do want the master volume. So I do need that. I do need to have a volume as... Can I do 0.f? 0.0f? Do I explicitly tell you that it's... One thing that I never understood, by the way, is why you cannot just do... 0 point? Interesting. Why you can't just do 1f in C? It doesn't like that. I've never understood that. Alright, so it starts... I should have made it 1f, by the way. We're talking about volume. It's kind of synced. All right. Um, okay. Now, for the other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to control these kind of um, dynamically. Right, my idea for like an ideal sound system in a game, which I do think some games do this, is choose different tracks or even something like beats per minute, that type of stuff, based on what's currently happening in the game. Right, so a little bit of procedural music, but still based off of existing sounds. Fully procedural is a lot harder to do. This should be possible to do. For structuring the code, it's a little bit different. Right, because how would I structure that code if it's what I would like it to do? I would make an evaluator function, which is, I'm using C syntax here because I don't know how it, I'm assuming you cannot really do this here. Maybe you can. Maybe you can. Hold on. ODIN lambda instruct. Non-capturing lambda procedures. Funny, I could do this in my language, but not in Odin. Then. Oh, I just make it proc? I can do that? Because isn't that capturing, technically? Doesn't matter. With an intensity F32. And let's say, what other parameter do I want my game to have? An intensity, and I want it to have I can't think of it. Gesturiness? Sure, man. A certain je ne sais quoi. Gesterity, I think. I like that more. So it has a little bit of a gesterity to it. And by the way, see style comments. Didn't even have to think about that one. You good? Hi. I swear he acts extra lazy on stream. I don't know what his problem is. This is the year of the Linux desktop. It's going to be the year of the redacted OS desktop before it's the year of the Linux desktop. Don't fucking lie to us. Also, maybe it could have tried to be the year of the Linux desktop if the Steam machine wasn't 1500 at the very least. Or that's at the very... It's expensive. I don't remember the exact prices. All right. So yeah, I want to make like an evaluator function, and then based on the evaluator function, then it's better if I use music rather than. By the way, I'm assigning this thing, and then like I'm not doing anything with it. So load music instead, music stream, right? Because then I can choose whether to play it or not every frame. Music. Came a year too late. Oh yeah, definitely. Besides that, not much changes here. Although we will not be using these buttons anymore. And we will not be using the master volume. Well, we'll keep the master volume because it's nice to have control of that. But we're actually going to be adding... It's funny that slider does not have like a built-in way of specifying what type of element it is. Because I actually need 3 sliders, right? One for Well, I can put it here. Intensity. Gesterity. And volume. And let's see how I can do this type of thing. By the way, might as well make these, since they're literally all we have, might as well make them 500 with a 6 on each side, something like that, and put them at 100, 200, and 300. See what that looks like. Very beautiful. The labels are not visible because they go outside of the slider itself. Alright, so we make them 400. And we put them at 56. You can barely read it, but we're not here to do it. Okay, hold on. I can do this. Can I maybe make a window that, like, is actually visible? Raylib should have a way of making windows full screen, but that's not really what we want. One thing I would love to have is to be able to control which screen it goes on. Does it have anything for that? Or maybe display is the right word. No, not a thing. It would cost 800 in normal run prices. Yeah. I want to say Steam is taking advantage, but at the same time it has tripled in price. Are they taking advantage though? It's hard to tell, to be honest. Jest and int. What is gesterity? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. It's funny that I'm using a C type. I just realized that. I'm using int as intensity. Cool. Anyway, right, so we have these 3 completely arbitrary parameters, which we're not actually using. Int, jest, and they don't actually control this thing. Right, so we'll get to that. They don't control this. They control the master volume, but then after them, for S in sounds, for each of the sounds, we're going to we're going to run the eval function. Wait, how do I choose the return type for the function? Do I just put it here? And if so, does it have tuples to place? How are tuples supported in ODIN? No answer. Multiple return values. Okay, so I can just put them as F32 for the volume. And although you should be able to control your own sounds, so forget that. Can I also pass like the struct into itself? Like a pointer to itself? That would be the other way around. Looks like I can. Alright, let's try it. By the way, multiple return types. I don't really need that anymore. But I do want to see what it would look like. So it should return a boolean. And initially I wanted it to return an F32 for the volume, but we don't really need that. It can modify itself. And it doesn't really need the loop anymore. Okay, so that's not how you do it. Brackets. Are those brackets? These are parentheses, right? Okay, that's how you do it. Cool. Don't really need it. Just a boolean. Don't really need the volume either. This was used by the slider, but it's not needed anymore. Now, if S eval pointer to s using the intensity and gestarity, then you are going to rl play music stream s dot sound. That's not an accurate name anymore, but it doesn't matter. Otherwise, you're going to reset the stream because it should restart. Scrub or seek to 0. Right, so if the sound is made to decides that it needs to play, then it is going to play. And it's also going to modify its own state, like its volume and whatnot. Otherwise, we're going to restart it so that when it does play, it gets played at the right time. Although, I have to say, it's not great to be doing this inside of Raylib, because this type of evaluation should only be done for end s in sounds. Thank you. You can use arrow, then you can use like method. I understand. Okay, I think I understand anyway. S pointer here, like. No, I'm not sure I'm understanding. S function call. Hold on, let me see if this compiles. No, first off, because I removed that. So this continues being a pointer. No sneezing today. Use it. Sorry, wait. Is there something called it that's an iterator? I'm so lost now. Right, I don't actually have these. It's not becoming a pointer, it's just becoming mutable. That didn't work, okay. Segmentation for, that makes sense. Alright, so what is the correct syntax for what I want to do? I want to get the actual element in the array. I want to get the actual element in the array and pass it as a pointer to its own eval function. Which, by the way, the thing that I'm wrong about is that the eval function should only run before it is going to... It should only run every time there's a beat. It depends. Every bar, every whatever. But it's not every frame of the video, of the graphics. It's every beat of the audio, which I'm not doing right now. So it's gonna sound really out of sync, kind of. Alright, so hold on. Did you wire up the eval? No, I didn't. Do I need to, like, I need to null pointer check it, right? So there's always supposed to be one. So not like that. Does it use comma? No. Now hold on. So what are you complaining about? There's a mismatch type in binary expression. S-eval, maybe not equal to null pointer to nil. Nil seems to be a word. Okay. That's just a safety check though, because they should have eval functions. Let's see how to write those. Eval. That was auto-completing. But I'm assuming I just write them like nested functions. Same syntax. Just like my language, goddamn. Kinda dumb, honestly, but... Well, here it doesn't feel dumb. In my language it feels dumb. Maybe I'm just being too critical of myself. This is the kick, which should always play. So this one's just gonna return true. And it isn't playing. I am loading the music stream, I am playing the music stream, and I need to update the music stream. Update the audio stream, or the music stream. Wait, so if I do it like this, is it always gonna play the first frame of it? Damn, we're getting experimental in here, okay. So like I said, eval... No, the other way around. Should... Let's just call it play. I want to keep the alignment, but I don't want to bother with moving everything. So I'm just going to call it play instead of should play. Right, anyway, eval should only run every certain amount of time. And then the same loop should run, instead of evaluating, if splay, then update music stream. Otherwise, do not do that. And the U, we only want to run every theoretically should be every, hold on, let me check. How did this happen? My project's supposed to be at 60 BPM, which is 1 beat per second. But two full bars is 7 seconds, not 8. I'm either being stupid about math or something's wrong. But anyway, they should be doing it every 8 seconds then. Hold on, I can just see the length of them here. It's a lot easier. The length of these is 8 seconds. Okay, so every 8 seconds I want to do this. Right, so timer, which should be calculated on a BPM, but it isn't. Let's do it every 8 seconds. Right, which, by the way, infer that. Cool. Then if timer is bigger or equal than where did I put it? Oh, it's literally right here. Okay. No, because that's also wrong. Eval len is 8, timer is 0. If timer is bigger or equal to eval len, then we run the eval function. So it only run every 8 seconds. And actually, let's start it. That timer begins at 8, so that the first time it actually runs. You don't have to wait 8 seconds for this whole thing to run. And then we're going to increase the time, or maybe we do that before. That way we even ensure that the comparison between these two is accurate. So technically floating points can be a little bit finicky. Plus equals the RL get frame time. Mismatch F64. Okay, let's make them F64s then. If you could just... I don't know what a G64 is. I know what a G6 is. Not really. How is it still... Oh, wait. This one was an F64 when it should have been a 32. Oh, okay. I assumed you meant the frame time was 64. No, no, no. It's 64 by default, which is a good choice, but doesn't help here. Because nobody else made the same good choice as Ginger Bill. Alright, and last thing, otherwise this is going to break immediately. Reset timer back to 0. Then eval and choose whether to play or to stop. I guess we're gonna have to stop. What is this indentation? What the hell is happening? RL stop music stream is dot sound. Default int is 64. You don't like it? It's time. It's time. We moved to 64 by default. Sleeping pills are kicking your ass. Bye, Millifest. Thank you. I have to say, I'm actually enjoying this. It's incredible. Loaded successfully, but nothing's happening. Oh, well. Yeah. This is where we actually modify the state of this thing. Play, true. Is it still with a period? Apparently. Okay, cool. Now, let's make some very simple rules, right? The gestarity and the intensity. Make some very simple... There's like a little space here that feels a little weird. There we go, that's better. Right, so I actually want to copy the entire thing. The entire thing. So they shouldn't even return true or false, these functions. They should just apply this, but whatever. So the lead will only play if the gestarity... Hold on, if the intensity is less than 0.5, comma, whereas the snare will play if the gestarity is less than 0.5 or the intensity is more than 0.25. And then we are going to just... They have default value 0. But in the sliders, they don't. They have default value 1. Hold on, something's wrong here. Just... Default value is 0. But when I look at them in the sliders... Okay, that's correct now. So none of that is... Oh, wait, hold on, of course. I have to wait for the loop to restart.
Ai, Urkul.
Grazie. All right. And this is where I bring in yet another element. All right, so this is actually incredibly fun to build. Although I have to say, the part that's not super convincing about this whole thing is raylib, not ODIN. The part that's not convincing me about this being raylib is just that I don't know. I wanna. It's not that it's not convincing me. It's just that I want to see what mini audio has to offer. So mind you, raylib wraps mini audio, I believe, like it wraps GLFW. But for example, from my experience with GLFW, I have more control over what I do in GLFW than I do in raylib. Even though internally it's the same thing, raylib just has a bunch of defaults that it doesn't expose to me, and so that is a little annoying. I want to see if the same thing happens with the other thing. Okay, so the loops don't actually loop. My bad. I don't know what the hell is going on, by the way. I think it's just like the tempo that I used is weird. That's what's going on. Probably. But very interesting. Very interesting. I can do what I wanted to do. All right. Of course, the last question I have to ask myself is there a very simple type of game that I can implement that allows me to control two parameters of my audio engine in using two very simple variables of the game? Right, I was thinking, one thing came to mind when I was showering about what to do. The Google no connection dinosaur came to mind for some reason. This thing. How do you... Oh, okay, you have to press enter to space for it to work. The problem is like this doesn't really have any kind of like intensity to it. It's always the same. But it's just the first game that came to mind. But I would like to implement a very simple game where I can control two variables or expose two variables of the game to the game engine. I mean to the audio library, so that I can do what I just did, but automatically based on how I'm playing the game. At this point, I'm just playing this thing. So if you have any ideas, you have some time to type them out. I'm busy right now. Damn it. Because I read the chat. Walking simulator, X and Y position. There's a theremin. Funnily enough, I already had a game that could do this, but it is in C. And it is in raylib. So I want something that can be very, very trivial to implement. That's why I thought that one, it would be very trivial to implement. It's got a pre-employment backend internship. Spring Boot? Interesting. Backend with Spring Boot. That's Java, right? That's interesting. I do know that Java is sometimes used for like backends, but never really used it. I'm not sure because I never actually did an internship. I dropped out long before that, so I don't know what you should expect for that kind of stuff. Just, you know, you learn a lot from working at companies, which I'm assuming is somewhat similar to. I've worked with interns, but I've never been an intern. That's funny. it's usually a lot more chill. So it's pretty fun. You get to learn a lot about the language that you're doing. And yeah, I'm not very good with advice for it. So what kind of game? Alright, hold on. Maybe. It's kind of late, but not super late. So maybe I can speed run this. Alright, I can do the running thing. Flappy Bird, just intensity is how far you get. Dexterity is how far you are from the hole in the pipes. Sounds like a good idea. The problem is that it's only evaluated every 8 seconds. So whatever that's a limitation of the loops that I have here. Whatever criteria we have needs to be one that lasts for 8 seconds, just to ensure that it gets picked up. I was thinking like anything with a health, maybe. Very simple game that has health. Usually they have lives, which is not the same as health. But then the health is dexterity and intensity is how far you get, whatever game. You don't work in tech? I do work in tech. I just don't know about backend all that much. But what I said is that I've never been an intern. So I dropped out of college before I did that. Hold on, let me see the Raylib examples. Because also that's going to be useful for copying a lot of the boilerplate code. I didn't like college. There was a whole lot of math. Though from what I hear, even from other students in Italy, that maybe just have been an issue with my college. So don't necessarily have to expect the same thing. We barely did any programming. I do worry for the people that completed the... I do worry for the people that graduated. However, I wouldn't be able to ask them because I'm not in touch with any of them. All my friends also dropped out. So... oh well. I thought this was a Pac-Man. Comms and electronics. Interesting. See, that feels like something that's gonna have math, but it's justified. But you're also gonna have maybe a little less programming. But like, there's no reason why we didn't do any programming. Man. How hard would it be to implement like a 2048 type of game? Or a Tetris type of game? Maybe something like that. 2048 is easier than Tetris. Alright. Let's try. Hello, Peter. Alright, so we need a grid of... okay, so I need a static array this time, right? Do I have 2048 anywhere that I can... no, I could just Google it. I'll have to actually open the game. I know how it works. Well, the size of the grid changes, but the normal one is 4x4. Surprised that I'm not seeing that. It gets funky when you rotate... ah, to be fair, yeah, there's rotation and all that. Intensity is how many blocks are on the screen, and dexterity is the biggest block you have. Exactly. Exactly what I meant. Although, I need to evaluate the... recheck the parameters for the snare. If dexterity is less than 5 or intensity is more than 0.25. Well, we'll see what that sounds like. I wanted to invert this, to be honest, but... let's see what that sounds like. What am I in? Overview, okay. Packages, control flow, procedures, basic types. Okay, so static array, just array maybe. This. Wait, is this a type def? Kind of. Is that well, what is going on? Well, whatever. I found what I needed. I'm not gonna delve too much into that. All right, so let's create a grid of what is foo? No, why do I need foo? Hold on, no, I just want to make an array. Is it me or am I struggling to find an array for no reason? That should be one of the fixed. I just saw it. Fixed arrays. All right. How can I zero initialize it? Like this. Yes. Can I have two-dimensional? No, probably not. That is a slice, and that are static. Okay, got it. So really what I want is this kind of syntax, right? So we're going to call it grid, and it's going to be an 16, because I don't think I can do two-dimensional, but it doesn't really matter, simple math, of I was thinking if I want to use a different size. Hold on, int is actually intensity. No, because I could use an int 8, which is 256. I can use an int 16, which is 65,000 maximum. Let's use an int 16. So you even have a win condition if you want. Should make it easier to evaluate, actually, the intensity or the dexterity. Which one do I want to use those rules. Intensity is how many blocks are on the screen, right? And dexterity is the biggest block that you have. All right. So are we good with doing something like this? Although I don't think I need to zero initialize it, right? That wouldn't make a lot of sense. Can I just quickly open a 2048? Google should have one. Oh, this is DuckDuckGo, but they also have one. Cool. All right, so a block just appears. Hold on. A block just appears in a random place that is empty. Then as you move, it appears in a new place. Any random place? Or are there any rules to where it appears? Not really. It can appear anywhere that is empty. See how long it takes me to lose. Watch me reach 2048. I reached 128. That's a lot. Okay, there we go. 864. Zero initializes. Okay, cool. So, await input. True. Well, no, false by default. Right, that. You know what? This feels like an assignment. This feels like a declaration. And this is a more explicit declaration. Okay, no, this language is very well designed. It is very well designed. Did a great job. Oh, wait, let me try that. Doesn't look like it. No, not a thing. Oh, matrix. Matrix of what, though? Cool. All right. So if there is no, let's put the grid actually like outside so I can make helper functions. Now that I'm actually doing like game stuff, I will need helper functions. Right. So if we are not awaiting input, then that means the player has done their game, and I'm not gonna do animations. Sorry, I can't be bothered. So if not awaiting input, okay, by the way, no, not a thing. Okay. if we're not awaiting input, first off, we're going to mark at the end that we are awaiting input. Then we're going to spawn random, which is a function that we're going to create. Spawn random to do rock to do, and this is just going to that's not how you do it. Do you do it like this? Interesting, okay. Very nice. All right. It's not very random if I do it like this now, is it? It's not very random if I do it like this. Although I will need this code later to actually render the thingies. So I'll do that. I'll need that, I'll need that, I'll need that. I'll keep you. But that's not a very random way of doing things. ODIN, well, hold on. In the here, random. Nothing, okay. ODIN random. Math rand. Core math rand. And bum, bum, bum. So I just want a random boolean choice. A random element from an array. Oh, that's even more convenient than what I was gonna do. Oh, wow. God damn, this language. Seal of approval. I like it. I like this thing. All right, rand.choice inside of an array grid. Is that enough for you? No. No. Maybe it would be easier for me to not represent it as a matrix. Just make it an array. That probably will work. Oh no, that's not it. So the error is a different one. All right. Data. Well, what is this syntax? I don't understand. Good library design. Yeah, that seems great. Slice. Okay, so it's. But cannot slice grid of type matrix. That makes sense, but then how do I do this? Like this? Perhaps? No. See, this would be a lot easier in this case if I did have a 16 and just... Let's not mess with two-dimensional arrays my first time writing this language. Require that the results be handled. Don't worry about that. Choice is this one. Okay. Is there maybe a choice with an evaluator function? Because that would make it so much more convenient. Or filters of an array? Though I don't think that's probably gonna help a whole lot. Right, so I could filter whichever grids are empty and choose that one to spawn a random object into. As well as I will also use to spawn a random number. Can I choose an int 16? Int 31? Oh, signed. I'm not seeing int 16, but I'm sure it's there. It is not. It is not. Very interesting. Anyway, if choice is giving me the actual value. No, I need the index of it. Bit set. Ah, for the flag. I kind of get that. What just happened to that thing? Why does it turn yellow? Random element from the provided slide. If no generator is provided, the global random number generator will be used. Okay, good. No, I want the index. Probably easier if I just generate it from a range, right? Int range. So int is an actual type, but I'm allowed to also use it as a variable name. That is very weird. Yeah, no, I don't want to do it overkill. I genuinely don't care if I just like accidentally pick an item that is not empty, and I just like use that. That's fine. Like not use that. I mean, just like have to pick it again. So int range between 0 and 16, although 15 probably. Assuming the... Then if grid choice equals to 0, then grid choice assigned to it 1 over rand. Can I do this? I wonder. Int range 1 or 2. Shift amount. Okay, I can do this. Must be an unsigned integer. Okay, so uint range. Uint range. Okay. So shift by 1 means 2. Shift by 2 means 4. Should I Lisp it up? Just make it recursive. Because I do need to check, of course, before I do that, if the grid is empty, if the grid is full, right? So we can even make a count items, since we do need it for the intensity. So that's where we also use that loop I created before. Not really. We just make a simple I in 0 dot dot this 16 dot 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 dot. Then I need a counter. Starts at 0. And then if grid I equals to 0, not equal to 0, because I'm saying I'm counting the items. Counter plus plus. No? No! Oh, I was liking you, but you don't support it. Why do they hate plus plus? Why do so many languages hate this thing? Well, not this thing. They hate this thing. They hate increments. Why? I don't get it. I don't get why you would hate them. They're fine. They're okay. All right? Don't worry about it. Because it's a based language. It is. Oh, the one that I'm programming is ODIN. No, C++ is not good. I mean, why do languages hate increments? Nowadays, most modern languages that I know of are hate increments, and it doesn't make any sense, man. Right, so even here we can check the condition for win, but maybe for lose, I mean. If count items... No, so hold on. I do want to, like, count it up. If count is equal to 16, then... Let me getting rid of these, by the way. I'm also never... Oh, no, I do begin drawing. Okay, so first thing I do is make an RL GUI... No, just a RL text. God, what is it called? Draw text. Draw text. Draw text. You lose at 30, 30, size 100, color RL red. And then end drawing. And then, can I break? Looks like it, kind of. Count items, what's your problem? Does not return a value and cannot be used. Oops, my bad. It should return a value, I just kind of forgot about it. An int. It returns here. Plus plus is like C, it's hidden. What happens only sometimes forces you to do something explicit. There was an interview where the creator said he doesn't like it. Interesting. I don't really see the problem with it. That okay. Yeah, I'm not him. Alright, so you lose in red and drawing. And that's it. So if we get to this point, then we know that we either have to spawn a random thingy or read your input. Which I'm going to have to handle. So let's not begin with that. So we're just going to spawn an item and then nothing's going to happen. But it is going to make this a lot easier for me, which is always welcome. RL draw rectangle. And our rectangle is going to be located at, let's say, 300 plus x times the size that I give it. Let's make them 1920 minus 600. This divided by, how many was there? 4? Okay, 330. Okay, so 330. Yep. That is going to be the size on the X. On the Y, it is going to be 330. Let's give them a little border. I'll give them a border in a second. RL, actually, that color that you're using here, Ray White, take that real quick. I'm going to use it here. And the background of this thing is going to be a dark gray. Why the fuck not? Let's make it super depressing. What? Illegal compound literal. I-32 cannot be used as a compound literal with fields. I'm sorry, can I not do basic math? That's not what it means, right? By the way, this is supposed to be a Y. Well, what do you mean here, Ginger Bill? Do I declare it as an int? No, all that did is no. Remove the brackets and draw rectangle. Wait, hold on. That shouldn't be it. If anything, add more parentheses. No. Well, the brackets are for drawing the actual. Wait, hold on. Oh no! You're right. Draw rectangle does not take a rectangle struct. It takes just the rectangle values. Ah, but it still complains, but less, which is good. Cannot assign type of that to int32. Right. That's good enough. I32. All right. Can you do that? Well, there's nothing to be drawn. Int is I64, right? I forgot about that. The problem is like, I'm defining a variable here, but I cannot give it a type. Draw rectangle rec. Oh no, I don't really need it. I'm doing the thing here. I just forgot which one I was doing. What is your problem though? Use as a type when not a type. See, I'm used to using I32 because that's just what my language does. I mean, that's what, let's see. I mean. I forgot that the math needs to also work for this, which, all right, let's do it like that. So the size is going to be 256 by 256. Size is going to be 256 and 256, starting at 0. Alright, so there's our grid. Volume slider is in the way. And there is no... Ah, wait, you know what? I do need a rec. Because I want to reuse it. What now? Now you want an F32. Why were you okay with an int32 before, but now you want an F32? You used to have int, but I32 and I64 are definitely better, I agree, yeah. Because int used to be 8, and then it became 32. But in some places of libc, it's still meant to be 8, like memset. Stupid ass function. Memset takes an integer but only uses 8 bits. Because it's from when int was 8 bits. Ridiculous. Anyway, we also need to draw the text, right? Draw text for... It has its own text formatting, so we're going to be using that. Grid object at index y times 4 plus x. That's the very simple math we need to do there. And then we're going to give our text RL black color. And we also need to give it a little bit more than that, I believe. X and Y position, font size, and then the color. Right, so X and Y position is RL X, no, rec X, rec Y, and then give it a size of 30. I don't know, let's try that. That would be RL text format. And now you want an I32 again, so I32. Alright, so we have a 2 over here. That's good. See developer experience proper explicit int types. Hey, listen. I do have an I32 in my library. I just use int a lot whenever it's necessary. I used to never do that and always explicitly, like in my OS, I used to always do int i32. Well, actually, it was int 32 underscore t. Then I simplified it to i32 because yeah, but I didn't do that for the longest time. So I mean, I did that, but then I stopped doing it. I started using int. The second I moved on to user space, and I can be a little bit more loose with these types of things, I just started doing int. Okay, so we have our grid. What we need now is the movement. It's 11:30. Okay, it's not too late. It's starting to get a little bit late. So let's maybe go through this quickly. Where though? Oh, here. Okay. If we are awaiting input, we are going to, yes, RL input, no, key down, is key down, yes. RL dot key is key pressed is what I want. Key underscore left. It can also infer just left. Interesting, because the other one didn't work. Can I make it work though? Can it just be this? That feels weird. That this would work, but the other one would not. Keyboard keys left. Okay, yeah. It wraps it around. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna move on -1, 1, -1, 0. Right, which is left. Then we're gonna want to move right, which we're gonna do 1, 0. Then we are gonna move up, which is -1 on the other axis. And then we're gonna want to move down, which is on that axis. And then we need to actually create the move function. Right, so move proc boom, which takes 2 arguments, an X and a, ooh, what a beautiful font it gave me. Y32, I32, not Y32. First check. If X is not equal to 0 and Y is not equal to 0, we're just going to return. Can I do that? Maybe I need to get back to writing my language a little bit, like designing my language a little bit, because for example, like if you're returning, I would allow you to do ifs without a bracket. For early returns, that's very useful, and this becomes very cumbersome. Now, granted, the second that, like, for example, you want to check, oh, which one of these conditions is the one that's preventing the function from working, then you do need to put like a print here or something if you don't want to use a debugger. And then you don't get to do that. But whatever. Well, you just add the brackets in that moment. Oh well. Have do return for no bracket. What does that mean? If wait, can I do anything in here? No. Just do return. Is that like a specific thing just for return? If so, that's exactly what I wanted. Very nice. Very nice. Now, how do we do the movement? Oh, this sounds like a pain in the ass. You can do anything? Okay. So why didn't that work? Oh, because they can't assign parameters? Hold on. Oh yeah, I'm allowed to do this. I just can't modify a function parameter. Okay. Which is... I've been doing that in C, and maybe you shouldn't, but whatever. I've been doing it. All right, let me take a break because I haven't, and there's an ad starting in 3 minutes. I'll be right up. There's an ad starting now. I'll be back in 3 minutes. All right, I have returned. I have to say 2048 sounds painful to implement, but let's do this. Um, depending we're doing the movement, the important part of 2048. Depending on how you do it, you're going to go per row or per column, which maybe we can generalize that to only write the logic once, probably, right? Hold on, let me pull up the 2048. Why is it white now? Anyway, if I move left, then we go per row, taking all of the numbers from right to left, no, from left to right. So from the direction that we went to the direction that we want to go to the direction, to the opposite direction. And no, not really. We can only merge two at once. So does the direction really matter? I don't know. Well, my idea was, take this number, take this number. They're the same ones, so they merge. So in a temporary array, I would put 4, or in the first element, I would put 4. Then I've already processed these. Now process this one. Just put it into the next row. All right, let me do just one movement on the left and then implement the rest. I'm not sure, I've never implemented 2048, so. All right, let's see. That R is going to be my row counter. And then inside of it, column. I'm just using different letters from from X and Y. First off, because they're already parameters for the movement. And second, because I don't really want to tie it to a specific rotation. So I might want to do it some other way. All right, so I do think I need a counter for where we're currently going to be placing a number. So let me see. No, I also want a counter. Yeah, okay. So if grid R times 4 plus C, so the current element, equals to 0, do continue. Can I do continue? I can do continue. Very good. So skip this element, it's completely empty. Otherwise, that is not a function, that is an array. Anyway, the LSP seems pretty slow, I have to say that. It's very slow. Otherwise, let's do a Boolean like that. Then Z, well, it's the LSP. Counter, not count. What is count? Counter use the value of the element, which by the way, we're going to put in a little val. Right, so if the value is 0, there's nothing we can do here. Otherwise, we're going to increase the counter by the value. And of course, you're not going to like that, because the counter is not explicitly an I16. Although, well, it could overflow, technically. It could try to overflow. Wait, that's not even how you do this. If the counter is 0, then do counter equal to val. Else if the counter is bigger or equal than, just for the sake of simplicity, then that number, 1 to the power of, well, no, not 1 to the power, wait, that's not the right number. It would be 2 to the power of 15, which is the maximum that I allow. Well, let's do 2048, okay? So if it's bigger or equal than 1024, then that means that you won. For now, we're just gonna break. Else if counter is not equal to val, no, either way, we're going to be writing the value into I. So this thing into this thing, we're going to assign to it the new value. So if the counter is not equal to the value, then we assign the counter. We commit it, essentially. Like if we have a 2 and a 4, they don't merge. So the 2 gets written, and the 4 becomes the new counter. So yeah, else if. Counter becomes equal to val. Okay, that's good. Otherwise, we merge them by doing that. And in both of these cases, we increase I. And then here we reset the counter back to 0. I hope anyway. And then if this succeeds, okay, so here, just for the sake of it, I want to use a double return value, right? Whether it succeeds and whether it wins. Although that's not how you do that. That's how you do that, okay. Return true True. So this means we succeeded, but also you won. Here it doesn't like it though. It broke completely too. I don't know. Anyway, otherwise return true if it succeeded, and false you didn't win. Missing do. Oh, did I delete it? That's weird. Was it never there? It was never. Oh, that was a do break, and I moved it. Okay. So can I do like a double assignment to it? Commit, win. No? In parentheses, maybe? Would you like it if I put it in parentheses? Getting worse. Wait. No. Oh, declare but not used. Okay. That's not a problem. Although I am writing the same exact code a million times, so that really sucks. Hold on. Run move. I'll just do it like this. Yeah, no. Run move false. And here, 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 and here, it becomes, you know what? Can I do this? Like a tuple of two values that I can then do doesn't look like I can. And once you start using tuples, you use them everywhere. Very convenient. But then I could do this. I can do it manually, whatever. Move X. It is getting late, so I kind of want to finish this. Even if I just implement one side, I'll end up implementing the rest, but like... Start with one, do the rest later. Tomorrow, that is. Alright, so I'm starting to get a little bit like... less... less ODIN-y in favor of being a little bit faster. But okay, there we go. So if when has one equal false, if has one then you do a little you win. Not sure how you're gonna win if I only implement one side greed. Okay, amazing. If I only implement one side of this whole thing, but by the way, these are not supposed to be. No, they are supposed to be breaks. Breaks for the 4. Yeah. Okay. Although no, they're not. No, they're not. They're supposed to be continuous. Because breaking the 4 means closing the window immediately. You won't even get to see that text or register what you saw. If when do has one equal true, else if commit await input equals false, which will spawn a new thingy. Do. All right. Let's see what that does. And it closes. Isn't that beautiful? Seg fault. How can we know where it's seg faulted? Well, that's not good. Eesh. Well, starting with the fact that this does not matter. No, this cannot be in a... What now? It's only allowed with Boolean expression. Oh, right. It's not equal to 0. It's not equal to 0. Some things that C has that you get used to, they're little hacks. Like being able to check if something is 0, even if it's just a numeric number. A numeric number. It's seg faulted. Even though it didn't move a single number. Alright, hold on. I need to test something. No movement is happening. No movement is happening. And another thing that I'm completely forgetting, in this case and this case, I need to also wipe whatever is on the grid. I got a test scenario in which 2 is the furthest left number, which is, I can only go left. And nothing's happening. Alright, that's good to know. Let's see why. X and Y are completely ignored, right? So we go through the rows with an I of 0 every row and a counter of 0. So we get a... Hold on, we can print some values, right? We will get a value of 0 the first time, or we can even choose to always spawn, for example, inside of 3. Always spawn in the same place. Right, so we have it there. At least I don't have to deal with the RNG with that. Oh, it would be great if the music actually looped. I'll probably export them again properly next time. Anyway. Yeah, for 0, 1, and 2, this is going to be ignored. For 3, then we're going to get the value. The value is going to just go into the counter and nothing's going to happen at the end. That's the problem is. So here, if counter is not equal to 0, we need to do yet another one of these commits. Like so. But we don't need to update this. Still didn't work. Oh, wait, it did. Though it, hold on, maybe it did work, I just read it wrong. Oh yeah, it worked, it just didn't wipe this one. Right, because I forgot, here, you also have to wipe the value. So, let me just put an else here, with this at the end, and all of this inside of it. So I don't have to repeat the same thing 3 times. Alright, so a 2 moved. And now we should be able to make this false again, so a new number spawns in. 2, new 2 spawns in, merge together into 4. Very good. New number spawns in, very good. Very good. Oh, those merged, yes. Then the 2 merged, yes. 16, very good. By the way, only 2 are spawning, so... Oh, when you lose. What's its problem when you lose? You begin drawing, you draw a text, and then you end the drawing and you continue. So you start over here again. I don't see its problem when you lose. I usually program in Rust. No! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Holy shit, it's getting late, y'all. Where'd that come from? I usually program in C. I don't like Rust. Ooh. Freudian slip right there. Holy shit. That was bad. Oh god. Okay. Whatever. Listen, I don't feel like... I mean, I kind of do want to fully finish it. But I don't feel like bothering with the you win, you lose, right? The whole point is to check the intensity. Which, by the way, can I scroll up in the chat like a lot? And find the rules that we agreed on would be... Intensity is how many blocks are on the screen. Maybe not telling us something about the languages you code in. Oh, I do vibe code in Rust, but besides that, it's not really me writing the code. All right, yeah, so let's do the intensity, which I called int. Let me change that name, all right? Int. Same size as this. Stupid, yes. Do I care? Right, intensity is actually not used anywhere anymore. So the intensity is going to be the count divided by 4. You don't like that, do you? There we go. So that should allow me to increase the intensity, which means that the music will change after 8 seconds if there's a lot of elements. Although 190, I was using it, of course, here. Now there's 3. Again, the loops, horrible, absolutely horribly made. They don't even loop, mainly, but it did work. So it realized that there's a lot of blocks, and it decided that to increase the intensity. All right, and the gesterity we said was going to be the maximum amount of the blocks, which maybe we want to calculate when we move. Right, because there's here and here and here that we do a commit. So if gesterity is less than the value we just wrote, then set gesterity. That's not very helpful, no. Let's just call a new function called register val and this thing. Register val and a proc with I16 number. Right, and that number is going to be assigned to an F32 cast of the number. This is not Lisp. F32 cast of the number divided by... no, hold on. Of the number divided by 2048. So how close we're getting to 2048. And then if jest is smaller than val, do jest equal to val. And at the beginning of this thing, we reset jest back to 0. You cannot use an if statement in the... I see. Alright, there we go. Bevy. What is Bevy? I've heard of it, maybe? Oh, now it's in this window. Okay. Hold on. 2048 is gonna make this impossible to test, so let's do 8. It gets out of sync so quickly. So yeah, let's reset the intensity back to 16, and then check. The snare only plays if the jesterity is less than 0.5. Right. Look, I'm starting to get really tired, so I just want to debug this thing, see that it works, and I'll implement the rest later. Use ECS without the engine since it's very modern. Nice, interesting. Okay, I have heard of it. I haven't used it though. FMT printf pring printf new jest f jest. Well, that didn't even get called. So the value that I'm setting is probably wrong. Yeah, I should probably convert it to... No, hold on. Convert it and then divide it. No, that's what I wanted to do. Alright, and now the snare is gone because I'm more than halfway through the game, although that's a little bit silly. So let's just do it like this. Very simple condition, right? Intensity increases if intensity increases if there are more tiles, and jesterity increases the higher the number is. Both happen now because we set. Yes. Because the value was 8, and there were 3 tiles out of 4, which is the maximum that we can have with this type of movement. Would it be difficult for me to do the like left and right movement, for example? Shouldn't be too difficult because I just do it like inverting this condition, right? Instead of doing 0 through 4, I do 4 through 0. Although I also have to decrement I, which just makes it the opposite of x, pretty much. So can I do a decreasing ODIN decremental for loop? At least we can do left, right. It's going to be a little bit more interesting. Oh, you can do, okay, you can do this type of loop, which makes it a lot easier for me to do. So this is the syntax for it. Although I am using C for column. And then X is... Let me do... If I can generalize the logic of X and Y, maybe by doing some weird rotation shit, like in the way that I index the arrays, then maybe it's better that I use a movement like that. By the way, this is one condition in which both are set. Another condition is... Wait, can I do condition? Hold on. Can I do XOR? Well, never mind. Again, don't really want to be wasting my time right now with this stuff. I'm sure I can. I don't want to figure it out right now. Let me do it like that. So if the values are both 0 or neither is 0, then that's incorrect. Otherwise, we get the one that we're supposed to move by. And then if move is bigger than 0, then we are moving right. We're moving to the right. So the array goes right to left. So start at 3. Then the condition is also relative. You don't like that? Well, besides the fact that I have some weird numbers here. Because this should be minus move. Oh wait, 0. That's the issue. And move needs to be on... I don't understand how they're not the same. Oh. I see why they're not the same type. You really don't like me using... No, this is supposed to be I64. This conversion being so explicit is annoying. Make you an I64 is the easiest thing I can do. Surprisingly annoying, I have to say. Because now C is... No, wait, what? C is an I64 and move is an I64, isn't it? Are you not an I64? I64 and int are not the same thing. Oh my god. Just make them ints. Are we good? Are we good? Okay. Yeah, this whole sizing thing is not entirely sure because int is not apparently I64. I'm assuming is assigned into at least 32 bits. It's architecture dependent, I assume then. I'm compiling for 64 bits, so it's 64 bits. Alright, that's fair. That's fair, as long as it keeps changing. Which it does, that's the entire point of doing it like this. I am not used to Rust. No, I misspoke. I usually code in C, not in Rust. Anyway, yeah, so if the movement is more than 0, we're going right to left. So we start at 3. Then, if the movement is more than 0, the condition is C bigger or equal to 0, otherwise the condition is C smaller than 5, and minus movement. And it should only work on the left and right. Or neither. Or neither. No, it makes sense. Int is architecture dependent. I'm on a 64-bit machine right now, so I get a 64-bit version of int. Whereas if I was on a 32-bit machine, I would get a 32-bit version of int. So it's kind of like a generic version, depends on their architecture. That is very reasonable. It just didn't make sense when I didn't understand it. But if I make everything int, then it works. Like what I didn't understand is why if I use i64 and I use implicit int, which is 64 bits, somehow they don't match because they're not an alias. Int is just your current size, which isn't the same as explicitly i64. Weird, but I get it. It just makes your code easier to compile on architectures with smaller sizes. Alright, so why does this crash? I know why it crashes. I mean, I don't know why it crashes. I just need to figure it out. Okay, so if x is not equal to 0, then the movement is x, otherwise the movement is y. Please tell me you have the solution. I plus 1 should be minus move. Thank you. I said it was going to be that. Thank you, because I didn't feel like figuring it out. So if you had the solution, that would be great. Just being lazy. Thank you, though. Nah, that wasn't the solution. But you are right that that was a thing that I needed to do. I said it earlier and then I didn't actually do it. Let me see. Right, so move right now, when I go left, is going to be minus 1. So it is 0. And the condition is going to be C minus 5. And the condition here is going to be C plus 1. So nothing else should have changed. Right? It printed the error? Illegal instruction. Index 16 is out of range. Oh. Where am I indexing 16 though? Oh shit, why is this 5? It should have been 4. Okay, so right doesn't work, but left works now, again. Index minus 1 is out of range. Is it like that? It doesn't merge them though. Yeah, that should have been C minus 4, but right wing right wing doesn't work. Going to the right doesn't work. Alright, so let's check the condition for that one. Because that minus 1 is a little suspicious, I have to say. So when we're going right, we're going 1 plus 1, right? Which means that mov is bigger than 0. So start at 3, which is the maximum index. So long as C is bigger than 0. Okay, no, it makes sense like this. And C plus minus 1. So it decreases 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, can't say I see the issue. Although, wait, yes, I do. I should be initialized based on that. 2, 3, or 0 as well. Okay, that's new. Although it still didn't tell me the error. Which sucks. This time it didn't tell me that there was illegal array access, so God knows where it's even happening. I'm terrified. But would GDB tell us? GDB barely even works with C. I cannot imagine if it is even compatible, if it would work. So far, so good. Bounds error check. In spawn random. Spawn random. Oh shit, okay. Because the choice is always 3. So obviously I will be overriding it every time, but... Yo, 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 what did I do? Why is it not closing? No, actually, why is it not closing? You always spawn at 3. You don't care what's there, you just override it. How is that a problem? Like, I understand what the problem was before. I can make it this. Be a little bit fairer. That didn't merge them. Well, it did now. And then we segfault when we win or lose. Alright, again, I did what I wanted to do. I will be fixing this. Probably not on... Well, you know what? Maybe tomorrow I will stream and I will fix this. And then I maybe want to check out mini audio. Mini audio? Is it called that? I think it is. So I want to see what that is like. Maybe I can do that. Unless it's like trivially easy to just invert the X and the Y. Which it should be. Frankly, just invert this and this. But this thing barely works, so... X is not equal to 0, then... Let's call it vertical. Oh, let's call it horizontal. And, okay. I seem to recall we had a conversation about metaprogramming in ODIN. It's like I would love to be able to do this thing to choose which one gets chosen. Like, if R is used as the x-axis or the y-axis. But... Right, because in C I would just do like define index using an array, an item I, and then the horizontal. That if it's horizontal, you would do R times 4 plus I, and otherwise you do I times 4 plus R. Right. So that's... Why is it just a warning? Define is not a valid declaration. Does not have C. Okay. Does not support macros. Look into when, if this enough for you. But do you see the point of why I want to do it like this is that I can directly do this type of meta programming. Although, you know, let's make it into a function. Fuck it. With a boolean and a variable. And an R. Whose body, who returns an int, and whose body is going to be this thing. We don't need to meta program it, we can just do it like this. Force inline. Like, is that where I put it? Oh, hold on. Let me fix what's already happening. Right. So horizontal, the boolean. Var R. What was I doing with that? Jesus. Int. And do. There we go. Now the force inline goes there. No, well, whatever. Let's figure out the force inline later. So this is the index using the horizontal R and C. This is using I. Index force inline. Okay. This one also uses I. This one also uses I. Wait. Yeesh, I'm doing it way wrong. Let me start over. Grid index using I. It should be this whole thing that I copy, not only one part. There and there. And there and there. Wait, this was C, right? Yeah. All right, so force inline goes... Got it. I would have thought that's what the middle of the two thingies was for, but okay. All right, so we're force inlining. All right. It's buggy. It's buggy, but it works. So I can just fix the bugs, but at least I've managed to get everything done today. Maybe I do wanna... Okay, so there's like a couple things I wanna do. So I would wanna stream midweek, because I would like to do mini audio, mini whatever that was called. I'd like to continue my text editor, and I want to start on a package repository system for my operating system and my projects in general. So if I have some time during the week, I will be streaming as well. Either tomorrow, Wednesday, I don't know. Might as well link my Discord since I haven't done that in a while. I will announce it there a little bit earlier in the videos channel. So yeah, could be doing more ODIN. I mean, definitely will be doing more ODIN. I want to check out SDL and mini audio. Although there I probably won't implement a full-on game. Unless I can port most of the code. I could do that technically. It's just the rendering code that I'm changing. Oh, that looks a lot better. That was not good. Ah, wait. Maybe I'll be no, never mind. Unless I got one of the Y's wrong. Yeah, I did. Holy shit! Alright. Might be that it's all working, except for when it's happening. Why does it just randomly do that and then seg fault? That doesn't look like it has to do with me. Alright, it's still a little buggy. Everything stopped playing. Now there's... Ah, there we go. This is the volume slider, by the way. Alright, so yeah, I did get what I wanted to do. I made this little dynamic music system. I ended up half implementing... Well, first off, the dynamic music system is there, but the loops are all fucked up, so I will need to export them again properly instead of doing it in 2 minutes. But it is there. I can also get rid of all this stuff, which isn't needed. The way that ODIN does dependencies is great, because the most common dependencies that you will use, especially for prototyping, are there. And in general, it is a great language. Like, I think there's not a single thing that I didn't like at all. There are some things that I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. Like, not having increments. I'll look up the interview where he said why he doesn't have increments, sure. But it's something that goes beyond just like one guy implementing his language. I've seen it in a lot of other languages. Swift doesn't have it. That's it. No, there's more languages that don't have increments. I just don't remember them right now. And I need to understand the logic behind it. I asked once on stream and chat answered, but I don't remember. Maybe it was just something about it making code less clear or something. I don't remember. Because in the end, it can just be syntactic sugar for plus equals 1 or minus equals 1. I don't know. I seem to recall it has something to do with the fact that you can do this or this, which technically has two different ways of working, but skill issue. Man, I don't know. I'll look it up though. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, anyway. Interesting language. Excited to try it out more. Very nice. Very nice, Odin. Yeah, I have to say. Good job. And yeah, I will be streaming some more Odin sometime this week, most likely, and I will be streaming also more C, as always. The only thing I won't be streaming... Oh shit, maybe I'll be doing some Lisp for the package manager, because the way that I want to do it should be pretty allows you to implement, like, I don't want to implement like a package manager itself. I just want to implement more of an well, I do want to implement it, but like I want to implement like an interface for how it works. I want to make it kind of decentralized. So that should mean that you can use any language you want to implement your package manager. If I want to use Lisp, I can do that. Maybe you don't even need that much code for it even. I don't know. I have a vague idea of how I want to do it. I'll be doing that at some time. The I++ or ++I optimization doesn't matter anymore because the compiler is just good and... No, hold on. That's for this. That's for... Oh, let me snooze that ad. Here, sure. But it still has a different meaning Which is like when I do, I don't know, let's say that I have an index, right? And I do this, where the first value of index is 0. This will return 0 the first time. Whereas this will increment first, then return the value, which means it will give you 1 as the first value. So in a for loop, yeah, that was an optimization that people were doing that doesn't really matter anymore. But the increment itself, the order matters. I don't fully understand why they removed it, but I feel like maybe it has something to do with the fact that that is a little bit easier to make mistakes. I don't know. I'll look it up. What Ginger Bill said, and in general why other languages are doing it, because this is something that came from before him. All right, so yeah, package manager coming soon, more Windows stuff coming soon. Might do Pop OS, just check it out to see what their desktop environment looks like, because it looks like they're doing a customizable desktop environment the way that a customizable desktop environment should be done from a video that I watched this afternoon. Okay, so don't fully take my word for it, but I might want to check it out. And I don't have a whole lot to do this week, so I might have more time for streaming. Cosmic on Arch and Fedora. Interesting. I'm on neither. I'm on Debian, but I don't care to customize this system too much. I just want to check it out so I can see how they're doing desktop customization for my own OS, not for my Linux distro, which frankly I would rather not use at all. All right. So yeah, possible stream tomorrow, possible stream Wednesday. Installing Arch stream. You want to see me... Look, you watch me install Windows, okay? Which frankly was not as painful as it could have been. Except for the please click on the button, and there was no button. That was very interesting. But, hey, you got to watch me install Windows and write a driver for Linux. Back to back. Although I literally deleted the VOD for the Linux thing because nothing happens in it. And I was like, people are not gonna wanna... I don't wanna waste... Like, if you watched it on live, I'm sorry, but you watched it, whatever. But I don't want to waste someone's time watching a VOD where literally nothing happens for like 3 hours. So I deleted it. But if you were live, you watched me struggle with Windows and Linux back to back. Don't make me do Arch now. Alright. Anyway, stream's coming up soon. Discord linked. I'll see you tomorrow, possibly next time, either way.